In Gunz Gladiator, if you hit an enemy player with your melee weapon whilst they're holding their block, you will get recoil. In this guide, we'll take an in-depth look about how slashes are working and what's going on behind the scenes as we play. More importantly, we'll also go over a technique to avoid ourselves getting recoiled known as angling. So, how is the slash actually working mechanically? Although it seems instant, the slash can be broken down into 3 parts. Let's quickly familiarise ourselves with the hitbox of the sword in Gunz. As you can see, the sword hitbox resembles a cone shape, extending out of the player. Shout out to Crawley for creating refined Gunz, allowing me to use this feature for the video. Now let's get back to breaking down the slash into 3 parts and learn what's exactly happening behind the scenes. Part 1 of the slash, or simply the start of the slash, occurs immediately when you press the attack button. This will cancel some actions you are in, such as dashing, and give you full control over the camera immediately. Part 2 is the slash contact. This is the hit reg of the slash, when the game checks whether or not the enemy player is inside your hitbox or not. This occurs 100 milliseconds or 0.1 seconds after the start of the slash. Part 3 of the slash, known as the recoil check, takes place another 100 milliseconds after slash contact. The game will check the same hitbox a second time to determine whether or not the opponent is in it. If the enemy player is in your hitbox cone whilst holding their block during part 3 of the slash, your recoil check, then you will be recoiled. Conversely, if we make sure we are not aiming at the opponent's block or the opponent is not in our hitbox during the recoil check, we can avoid the recoil entirely. It should be noted that a player's block is protecting them during the entire animation. This includes the raising and lowering guard states. However, recoils can only take place when the player is in a guard state known as guard idle, the state where the enemy has their block raised and is holding their block key down. As you can see in this example, I don't really have time to get into a guard idle state. Whenever I do go for a recoil and try to hold my block key down, the next slash gets me as I don't have time to raise it again. Ultimately, we should not try to recoil a player with every single block. So, let's test that theory. If I start a single butterfly close enough to my opponent so that my recoil check is behind them and they are not in my hitbox, then I won't recoil. Please note, I don't really recommend using this in a fight to bypass a block. This is just an example to show you how the slash is working. More astute viewers may have noticed that some of the angle examples were with me turning towards the opponent, while in other examples I'm turning away. So what's the difference? When you angle towards someone, say we BF towards someone and turn 180 degrees like this example here, it can work since the recoil check will end up hitting their back. Angles like this, which finish with the opponent in your hitbox, I call unsafe angles. They are unsafe because the opponent has the opportunity to predict your angle and recoil you. If they turn away 180 degrees just before you slash, so that you recoil check whilst facing their block, you will recoil. The inputs in these
I think my VOD got reset, by the way, chat.
They are just thrown from different sides. So, if there are unsafe angles, there must be safe ones, right? Of course. In this example, no matter where my opponent would look, this angle would never recoil. To recoil this slash, my opponent would not only have to consider where he is looking, but also need to reposition his character with the movement keys. It's like adding another dimension to your angles, or rather, giving your opponent another dimension to worry about. Therefore, if you ever get recoiled by a player who is standing still, you have done an unsafe angle. If you are new to angling, it can be helpful at first to spar with a friend and take it in turns to stand still blocking, while the other practices their angles and combos. If you're wondering what to do after a safe angle because it seems to leave you a little optionless, I'm going to cover this in the combos section of the guide. The simplest way to continue this into a little combo would be to perform a butterfly backwards with the S key, like so. This move is what your opponent will expect. Another option to duke your opponent, since we know what they expect, would be to initiate a sideways dash before turning your slash into your opponent. This duke is unreactable. I will cover this move further in the future. Okay, so I just recorded all the audio clips for my guide, and I realized I didn't go into any detail about the vertical axes. So The vertical axes can play a role in recoils. If you try to use this angle theory whilst looking too far down so that your player is ghosting and your opponent is blocking and looking up, even whilst performing a successful angle, you will still recoil. However, if you don't look too far down, or more precisely, recoil check whilst looking down, then you shouldn't really have to worry about this. What we can take from this is if we notice somebody is attacking us and they're looking down a lot, then we should look up while we block, and even if they're angling, we should still get the recoil on them. Two other quick notable mentions are, if you're on the ground and you ground slash and look 100% down, you cannot be recoiled. And also, if you jump and you're at the peak of your jump and you're higher than the enemy player, the slash can also not be recoiled. The enemy needs to look down and jump and position higher than you to get a recoil. However, I wouldn't really rely too much on these angles and verticality. It doesn't really lead into anything and you're just going to be swinging into their block. But I thought it was worth mentioning for the video. That just about wraps up everything I wanted to talk about. So thanks for watching and good luck. In Gunz
I'm sorry, my cat was going crazy. Still Gunz content. John, do it again.
Let's rock!
How did we get so many people already? What the fuck? That's so weird. Wait, am I bugged? There's no way. There's no way it's bugged. Wait, what? Oh my ears. What is going on here? The bug lobby?
Ha ha ha!
Wait, now. Wait, no. Still.
Let's rock!
Now it's fixed? Weird. Weird.
Headshot!
Yeah, no ammo. Yeah.
Fantastic! Fantastic!
Would I replace block? I'm debating it. Yeah, I was trying a little bit. What was the goat? Isn't there like a goated spot in town to like practice? What's going on with my text here? Oh my, everything's expired, chat. Everything's expired. I'm living in an expired world. Expired, chat. Yeah, I gotta practice it. The immortal event. Immortal. Revolver kills and deathmatch. Melee. Melee revolver. This character's broke. Chat. If the Fenrir outfit isn't the Avatar outfit, that's like wolf, I'm gonna be upset. It better be right. What the heck? I'm sending it gearless.
Let's rock.
Late dash is important, I'm pretty sure still. It's like when you have your gun out first, right? Or when you have your sword out, you jump dash with your gun out, right? Then you dash.
Headshot.
I need to practice more of the movement tech. Okay. I don't think so.
Think you can handle this?
Wait, revolver's in the meta for this. It might be 3 hits. Well, this server's also like lower HP and lower AP is why. That's why people are like giga dying too. He's not happy. Fuck. And normal peaked. Valorant peaked.
Headshot.
One massive kills me in this mode. Is the get 3 launcher kills bugged, chat? I'd be so broke on this character if I didn't. Two dual blade kills. Is there a TDM? Immortal.
Let's rock.
Surely I get 2 dual blade kills. Surely. It'd be so easy. Why are they all chasing me? Why are they all chasing me? I'm just trying to get my dual blade killed, man. I'm just trying to get my dual blade killed. Why is the whole fucking hit squad after me? Fun. That quest looks like it's bugged. I think it'll get better in updates soon, hopefully. What is that currency gonna be? Time remaining. XP amount obtained 30. We're playing with an XP rate right now? Why is there BT here? XP but BT. XP obtained. Oh no, Navi, oh no. Did you see their latest Steam post though? Their latest Steam post gives me a little bit of hope, so I do want to give them some time, you know? What is going on? Dude, do I need to reopen? Yeah, I'm gonna give them some time though. Speak says I. Yeah, I'm just giving him some time though. Giving it some time is what I mean. Like I'm gonna give it 3 months, you know, 3 months to see what they're doing, you know, update wise. To really make a judgment, you know. Because like launch is definitely part of a judgment that I have for the game, but like it's not like a inset thing, you know? Like it can change, you know? Like it can get better. The thing is, like, Gunz is a game where you can just kind of chill on. Like, it's a literal 1 GB game. And you can kind of just, like, hop on it whenever. And just practice, you know, in a training stage, you know? And it's just like, you don't need to go into a match. And then when you do want to do in a match, you know, you could just go do a death match whenever you feel like just playing a game where you're just aiming and fragging out, you know? It's always been that, like, low size game that you could just launch up and frag out on, yeah. Yeah. I miss the old music and the old intro. I want to see the old art. I want to see the old art when I log in, you know? I don't want to see that AI garbage. Show me the old art, I mean. The old art. Not that AI intro, man. That AI intro hurts my eyes, man. I just want to look at the old art. Logging in at least, like, over the AI. Anything human-made first, you know? I did want to check the Gunz Reddit, though. I haven't really looked at the Gunz Reddit too much lately. I don't know what they've been saying. I just really like the latest post gave me confidence again. Yeah, them talking is better than, you know, not talking, so, you know. Dagger kills? Yeah, just gotta wait and see, though. Oh, let's see. In the end, it all doesn't matter if they add a werewolf costume, I'll buy it, okay? Please. Let's get our priorities straight here. Gonna make some coffee real quick. Yeah, they said they wanted to go for like a competitive let me see. Their words exactly. This is what also gave me faith though. It's this post right here. Where the fuck is news? They said no pay to win. They said the connection issues, you know, they regarded the AI. They said they're gonna try not to use AI as much, basically. and it'll be like less of a thing, less of a like major point. And then future of Gunz. Looking ahead, we actively are working on the leagues, clan wars, tournaments that many of you have been waiting for. We've been sharing more details in this soon, alongside continuous updates for new quests, game modes, blah 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 blah. Or was it? I mean, it sounded pretty good. Like if they actually deliver, it sounded human though. From the sound of reading it, it sounded pretty human to me. But it could be just insane PR recovery and pretending. But I don't think it is. But they wanted to support the esports scene is basically what they were trying to say, and like one of the parts. And they want the competitive aspect to be like a pretty major point and a foothold, you know, in gaming. Is kind of what they were pretty much saying. The thing is, you can't just lean into one way too much, you know, into like negativity or positivity. You gotta be like, all right, if it happens, it happens. You know, you gotta be in the middle. You gotta be like, all right, if it happens, it happens. You know, and then good if it does, and if it doesn't, then well, that's rough. That sucks. You know, that's no good. We just gotta see where things go, man. I don't know. Things gotta develop. Things don't start off pristine. You know, things aren't just a diamond right off the bat. I'm back at top. The servers have been better. Apparently it was due to like DDoSing. I'm pretty sure it's DDoSing and top of like some other shit. I'm pretty sure it's not just the DDoSing. But there was DDoSing at launch, and I absolutely believe the DDoSing because there was issues. Hold on. I absolutely believe it because what was that again? Oh yeah, there was some private. I think there was a video on it. There was a video. I'm pretty damn sure, but okay, there was some issues with like a private server owner who had like malicious software in their game for Gunz, the Duel, and also there's like this guy. I think it's the same guy who like also tried to get DMCA a lot of videos with Gunz, and a lot of like old content got removed from YouTube on top of DDoSing of another server, and then they also like took over one of the Gunz servers, and yeah, they pretty much like never recovered from it. I think it was international Gunz. But yeah, I remember who did the video now though. I remember. I do remember. I do remember. I do. Who's this guy? It was part 2. Coaches, agility. Which was it was this one.
Hell, even a spiritual For now, let's just focus on property 1. Got all that? Okay, good. Make it a hero shooter for some hopes and dreams. With the source code now being publicly available, anybody can make a private server, even though
And then today
so too did I, though this story is missing something, and I believe I know just what that is. Rest in peace to the ones that too did those Western refugees. The Korean player base, hence the K, of official iGuns. The game was in its infancy, and the player base here spent their time fumbling and tumbling around whilst spraying and praying. Not a butterfly or a slash shot in sight. They had no style, they had no grace. This scrub had a funny face. But all it takes is one player to change the course of history, and that player would be known as Holy Force. While hiding under the alias of Funds, Holy Force and his lackeys would let loose something not too far off from a DDoS into the official server. Locust Plague was the name of the hack, which reached beyond just the server and found its way into the game's database with the intent of deleting player characters from the game. The motive for releasing such a thing upon the Western Gunz world, as written in the text file of the Locust Plague program.
Mayet, the company which owns Gunz, has failed to address several high-risk exploits within Gunz. The intent of Locust
Okay, that was
is to
international
exploiting
Gunz.
one of these risks, character deletion, so that Mayet is more or less forced to take action.
There's also some private server stuff though
Fun,
too.
and forced to take action they did, for the chaos of the Locust Plague led to the official iGuns server being manually taken offline. Holy Force had got what he wanted. The characters were removed from the database. The exploits he targeted from the beginning were wiped as well. All while
Yeah, that also happened.
With his goal achieved, Holy Force would disappear, leaving behind a legacy which people would whisper of for ages to come. Some few would say he went out a martyr. Others would say he went to cause havoc in other games. But most would say that Holy Force releasing the Locust Plague hack was, quote, a big move. As for what happened after the official icons went offline, those Western players who still wanted to play Gunz, whether it be those who survived, those less fortunate who had to start anew, or those picking up the game after the plague hit, would seek refuge in a place where Gunz was still online, the Korean servers. And months later, once the official iGun server returned, so too did those Western refugees, stronger than ever with the past behind them, bringing with them a gift. Exploits turned techniques the Korean player base taught them that would later be known as the game-defining K-style. Ironically, an initiative to get developers to fix exploits would spur the share of the exploits which reinvented Gunz and what it's known for today. And then might learn from their mistakes and never neglect the glaring issues in their game again, and also realize K-style is good, emergent gameplay that should be kept in the sequel. I am totally sure that's what happened. Okay, so now that we've got that covered, let's return to DDoSes and
The great private server era.
But is it really that great though? I mean, with full access to the source code, private server owners can modify their client to their liking, so custom skins, custom maps, items, ranked ladder modes,
Bro, you're fucking trolling my promos every fucking game.
you name it. I think that's pretty great, but some opted to add something not so great. Something more sinister than a DDoS. One certain server from the Forbidden Region decided to add a rootkit to their client, a software that would allow the creator to have control of computers that have it installed without the knowledge and consent of the user. In some cases, it would result in these server owners doxing players' private information.
You lose.
That's what happened.
Yeah, not so great is a real understatement for me. It's more like a big yikes. While safe private servers, which even predated the death of Gunz, still stood, problematic servers like this would rule over the next few years, as any new competition to come around would either get smothered by aggressive search engine optimization tactics, or, if they're lacking safety infrastructure, be terminated by DDoS attacks. Despite the grim circumstance, the game's will to keep going would continue to press on. But then, more than 10 years after the official server shutdown, a miracle would come along that would be the catalyst which brought this history of feuds to its boiling point. On April 14th of
Hey, does
2021, a Gunz the Duel video essay by Kadai would be posted to YouTube and garner viral attention from hundreds of thousands of people across the internet. The interest in Gunz would reach a height that hadn't been seen in nearly 2 decades, causing 2 private servers, Freestyle Gunz and iGuns, to skyrocket in player count, as Kadai had promoted both of them during his Gunz con.
Yo guys, welcome back to the video. Today I want a game setting where you can turn on your inputs at the same time, you know what I mean? But it does not throw, like I'm using my side buttons. So, okay. So basically, I think y'all guys already know the basics. And if you guys don't know, first, move your direction. You had to manually shoot your gun and then press R to reload and then switch. You can use lasers on the round. You can mix it like this. Like you can do so much stuff with lay dash, and lay dash is really the most important move to mix up your skill set, right? For example, you can also use it in the air. Landed on the little dash. Let me do it again. You get the idea. You get the idea. You get the idea. And there's so many movesets that you need to learn. And it has like requires late dash. So I feel like late dash is a really important move to learn. And then the next part, what you have is the ways. Like you can use late dash, for example, right here. On the round. You can use lasers on the ground. You can mix it up like this. Like you can do so much stuff with lay dash, and lay dash is really the most important move to mix up your skill set, right? For example, you can also use it in the air. Landed on little ledge. Let me do it again. You get the idea. You get the idea. You get the idea. And there's so many movesets that you need to learn. And it has like requires late dash. So I feel like late dash is a really important move to learn. And then the next part, what you have is the GDHS. It's one of the most craziest moves of Gunz, and I think the most hardest move to learn as well, because you basically do 2 shots in the air with late dash. So GDSH is like this. That's the GDSH. It's a really hard move to learn because you have to be really fast with the late dashes, but you can do it to the left side, you can do it to the right side. You can do it to the right side, left side. You can do it to the right side. You can even do it from the jump itself. So it's like it's a really nice move as well, and it's really satisfying as well to hit. So that's basically the tutorial, guys. Because I'm not, but I am a lot live.
I have to follow up on the story because of their efforts to peek behind.
It is so crazy
And
2x KO got
sorry,
shut down.
we incorrectly delivered on it. Like if you play release our game, that's the only thing I can guess, which is insane if it's true because they just
It's
were
so
like,
crazy.
fine, release the game. Game and Tokon. My plan was like, if the Tokon PC port didn't get fixed, I was just gonna play Lux. Cause she's pretty soon, right? I was like, oh, no problem. I'll just go back and play some Lux when she comes out, and like that'll just be the plan until they fix Tokon. And then once Tokon's fixed, I can play Tokon. But now it's like, oh, there's people who are really happy because they're like, fuck this game. And then there's people who are really mad because they're like, bro, I fucking like this game. Fuck everything else. And everybody's just pissed. I don't know if you guys saw, but I would say for the winner side top 8 of Marvel Tokon at CEO, I don't know like a person who likes the game who was in that top 8. When I ask all of them about the game, they're like, yeah, I like 2xKO a lot. I think Marvel Tokon's kind of butt though. And then this news comes out and they're like, well, here we go. Gonna clock into my shift playing Marvel Tokon. And I'm like,
Yeah,
but if
exactly.
your job is play fighting games for a living, it's better than clocking into a regular job. So, you know, could be worse. All roads lead to coming back to Street Fighter 6. I do want to play Elena.
All
but
roads
I'm
come
not
back
gonna
to
lie,
Legions.
my motivation is not high. This does not make me be like, yeah, I can't wait to go play a different fighting game. Like I'm just like, oh, I'm sad, very sad that the dev team doesn't get to keep working on stuff. Because what they
Real.
made with the first season of this game is really cool. Does it justify the cost that Riot Games sunk into it? I don't know that it ever was gonna, even if they did a season 10 or something, right? It sucks that they finally got this game out and then immediately they're like, nah. I don't know if the dev teams that are working on this are gonna get
their
laid
shit.
off or if they're going to another project within Riot, but it is definitely a big shame. I thought that eventually there was always a chance they would shut the game down. The bigger thing is how long would Riot Games let them make stuff before they decided to like pull the plug if it was not profitable. The conservative bet was they would let them finish the first year and then they would think about it. I figured they had like a couple years, but obviously it does suck. It is very sad. Everything I love dies. It's true. I probably played like 6 live service games that have shut down that I really liked. I think I'm cursed. I love Supervive. That shit explodes. I love this game. Explodes. I love the LOR. Explodes. I think at this point, you know, you could pay me to be a fan of your favorite game and I could kill it.
When you gonna venture into RTS StarCraft
No.
2 and kill my child?
They're all dead already. I don't need to. RTS games are hanging on
Yeah,
by a
arts-
thread. I don't want to be the one to go in there and like make it worse, you know?
RTS games are dead. I don't think they stand a chance today, chat. I don't think they've developed enough. And the gameplay loop is just like, it's just all, I don't think they stand a chance. I don't think they stand.
Everything I love
Fucking
dies,
does.
including this game. Anyway, I think this game is fun. I'm going to try the last 2 characters. I'm sad to see it go. I am mostly just like unsure about what I want to play now because I don't think I can play Tokon. And I guess I've got to play Avatar, question mark? I don't know.
2xK was so good. Such a shame. I thought for sure, if anything, for sure, it was gonna last 3 years. I thought it would last 3 years. It did not even last 1 year. It is so lame.
I have to follow up on the story.
It's unbelievable, man. Not even 1 year. Riot should be embarrassed.
Hello everyone, my name is Now97 and welcome to my BNS Neo Reignited server fast. I'm Soyo, you talk to her, you finish that, and then you apply it, and you go back here, apply it, and that
Why don't we have dungeon? I miss dungeon.
Yo, legend players, quick update. We've got a fresh balance patch that's just dropped. Here's the rundown in under a minute. First up, the Baru crafting got a big quality of life tweak. Instead of needing, it's a much smoother. You're eating good after this. More have been boosted. Nut Vipers, Flymen, Puppets, Swamp Monsters, they're aggressive now. Watch your toes and enjoy the extra XP. And Haunted House, floors 1 and 2.
Sorry, 1 second here. There's so much cat hair on my mouse pad. Okay, we're good. Sorry. Dagger kills in deathmatch 5? Mode, solo deathmatch. Going in with just a dagger, chat. Nothing else. It'll be easy, right? It was 2, right? Or 5. It was 5, right? I'm done. Bro, there's so many people spraying with the LMG and shit. I'm not gonna be able to get dagger kill. This is insane. Holy shit, I got dagger kill. Holy shit. I gotta be like 2 dagger kills away. The TDM rifle.
Let's rock.
The melee only? Where'd my gun go? Didn't equip it, did I?
Let's rock.
Okay. How did I not kill that guy? That was actually mind-boggling. He's lagging. I kind of want to lower my field of view. Like, I feel like 120 is so insane, but insane. Oh my god. Oh shit. Oh shit. How? Heckin' how, chat? Why do heck? Bro, I was working so hard for that. Okay. No way I didn't do enough like AR damage for it. 20 kills in TDM. Okay, well, heck. Heck this gun. Let's go this gun. I like the higher damage one. Sorry, give me 2 minutes stops, chat. 2 minutes stops. Sorry, I'm taking a bit here. I just need to finish something real quick. Okay, so yeah, team killed Team DM. Am I getting this done? We can even find a lobby for this. Found Europe. Turn it on. We are now BR. We're living in Brazil, chat. If anyone asks, okay. We are now Brazilian. Oh. Okay, PR server is kind of laggy. To be expected, though, to be expected. Oh. Who can I hit? That's the ghost. Why am I hitting a ghost? Is that one a ghost? I can tell if that one's a ghost. I think that one's a ghost. That one a ghost? Who's a ghost? Alright, can't tell which one's a ghost. That's a ghost. Bro, I need the dagger kill, please. He's gone. Oh, he's there. One more dagger kill, I think. Muzzle flash is so insane. I don't know if I can make it worse. Or less worse, I mean. Shader dynamics. Effects. Medium. That did not help. Okay, I cannot hit mark. Not hit that person. But can't I hit that person? Thought I could. Okay, locks and mark. Can I hit locks and mark? Wait, now I can hit mark? So it's random when I can interact with that guy? That's so weird.
Fantastic!
Hope you're having a good night, Nils.
Blue team wins!
Alright, I'll kill them all. They're all dead. And more rifle kill. I hate when people stack, like, come on. Fill out the lobby a little bit. That tiny bit, man.
Let's rock.
I like Rune personally. Big fan of Rune. This is kind of, I mean, this is kind of an issue though, like that, like full on long range. But it's still a good map. My audio's freaking out. Dynamic light. Oh, let's try that. Narration voice play? What? Oh, like double kill? That guy's fake. He's not fake. I thought he was a ghost for a second.
Fantastic.
You more kills. I was trying to see if like any of the setting changes would make it easier to see through the muzzle flash. Not looking in that case. Wait. Maybe one of those actually. Oh yeah, muzzle flash still crazy. Look at that.
Headshot.
I wonder how much of the game they're like able to change here in terms of like maps, you know. Like if we could see some map changes possibly in the future. Because the maps weren't really designed for how the game is played. So like some things could be opened up, you know, to be a little bit more fluid in some areas, in some aspects, yeah. With my 20 kills, W. Might need one dagger kill now. One dagger kill. I feel like the dagger kill one probably not tracking. No. Let's see if they're counting. Okay, dagger one, still broken. GG. Okay, I can turn my settings back up too. None of those were the I'll test with those off too, just in case. Launcher kills, I don't think that one works either. I can try. Elimination though, and they run. No need. Elimination, elimination, damage. Okay, maybe this. Weight 30, weight 20. Yeah, luckily those are cheap.
Let's rock.
Wait. I can see more. No? Like the muzzle flash? Didn't seem as bad, no? Is that what it took? I got a faster gun on back. I knew. Okay, this one's so much better. Got without damage. I don't remember if the message popped up. 1,300 rifle damage in a single. Is that bug? Single elimination. That's not elimination. That's right. Never mind. Single team deathmatch. The blade kill one's broken, 100%. I think.
Let's rock.
Thank you. Look like Andy. That's Andy long.
Blue team wins. Get ready to fight. Let's rock.
I accidentally turned this on. I was like, what the heck?
Red team wins.
It like mixes the audio.
Get ready to fight.
Okay, we're good, we're good.
Let's rock. Get ready to fight. Let's rock. Red team wins. Get ready to fight. Let's rock. Red team wins. Get ready to fight. Let's rock.
Hey, hey, hey. Yo, rifling's harder than I thought, low-key. I'm gonna be honest.
Red team wins.
I thought rifling would have been a little bit easy street.
Let's rock.
A little bit rough, a little bit rough. The muzzle flash though a lot too.
Red team wins. Get ready to fight. Let's rock.
I think fire's so fast. 1 second. Sorry, 1 second.
Red team wins. Get ready to fight. Let's rock.
Was that counting? My game crashed, by the way. Damn it. I feel like my game's been crashing like more than usual. I don't know why. Okay, 1300 damage, elimination, easy. Right. This guy even here? I do not know Korean. I was trying to learn. But I do not know Korean. I'm working on it. Let me come back to you, okay? If you give me a couple, maybe months, maybe, yeah. I'll come back to that one. One second. Oh, drops are any channel. Drops are any channel. Have someone joined? No. They got changed to 8. It can only do 8 here on skirmish. Play not mansion. No need. Station? Maybe. Maybe station. No, I'm kind of down for station. Station kind of sounds sick.
Get ready to fight. Let's rock. Red team wins. Get ready to fight. Let's rock.
I didn't mean to pull.
Blue team wins.
Ow.
Get ready to fight. Let's rock. Blue team wins. Get ready to fight. Let's rock.
Yeah, my gun's actually not accurate here. Holy.
Team wins. Get ready to fight. Let's rock. Team wins. Get ready to fight. Let's rock.
I'm gonna assume that doesn't work. In a single usually wasn't working before, so I don't know. Grenade, helium death hatch. TDM grenade, revolver. TDM grenade, revolver. On them.
Get ready to fight. Let's rock.
Tedium. Definitely not station tedium, no way.
Let's rock. Let's rock. Let's rock.
How did I end up? My loadout didn't save. I swear I slotted shotgun, didn't I?
Let's rock.
That's a nade. Oh, was that? That was it, yeah. It was that.
Ha ha ha!
Oh, I keep forgetting I don't have med packs in this. I'm surprised he's alive right now. I thought he'd be dead. What? There's no way. Damn. How's he alive? And right.
Let's rock.
I need my grenade kills. I'm just getting XP farmed at this point.
Let's rock.
I hit the ball. I think it was a grenade there. Okay. That's all I needed for that. We are being chilling on that one.
Let's rock. Let's rock.
What the fuck? Oh, what? I'm cursed. Every match I join ends. Someone who's AFK got leader now too. That's so funny. You're back. I'm back.
Let's rock.
I'm hitting a ghost, chat. I'm hitting a ghost. He's not real. He's fake. I'm hitting a ghost in chat. Why am I hitting? I'm hitting the ghost again. I don't know if I want 120 field of view or 100. I want to keep 120. Actually leveled? Oh my god. No. Oh. Getting higher level lobbies.
Let's rock.
Wait, why is that going? Huh? What the? Is my rocket? Why is it hitting the ground there? Can I fit a heavier shotgun with this build?
Fantastic! Headshot! Fantastic!
Oh my god. I should have jumped off the wall.
Headshot.
Fuck. I'm just dead. These were 2k XP? What the heck? Why is that guy worth so much XP? Level 45? Oh my. That area is getting a little bit crazy. My game crashed at the end. Bruh. So apparently there's a polling rate issue if you're above 1K. And you have to... I haven't confirmed. It sounded like people were saying it's like confirmed though. Like kinda. Get to launch this as admin, I guess. Start protected game. Disconnected. Server down. One second.
Let's rock. Get shot. Let's rock! Let's rock. Let's rock.
I hit myself. Worth.
Let's rock.
Fuck. I didn't ghost. Be real. I'm dead. Oh. How's he alive right now? How's he? How's he? There's no way. He's a ghost. I got robbed. I actually got some food. I'm gonna eat a little bit. And no more AFK stream chat. No more AFK, okay? My bad. Oh my god. Justin Wong was in a Ultra Street Fighter 4 tournament recently?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of our gosh darn ages, it is now time for the main event of the evening.
Or wait, Street Fighter X
Introducing
Tekken.
first
Whoops.
from winners
I love Street
bracket,
Fighter X Tekken though.
He is the brand Justin Wong. And in losers bracket, he is your
Big enjoyer of this game.
CEO Street Fighter Cross Tekken champion, Scrubs versus you. Let's get hype, everybody.
Yeah, let's get hype. I noticed Jay Wong, he's putting Haorong up front this time. I'm used to him putting Chun-Li up front.
Well, I think he's played Haorong up front the whole tournament, hasn't he? I saw him do that all throughout pools.
I'm saying past tournaments, he usually has Chun-Li on point.
Well, either way.
One sec.
Way with these two characters, you can go either way. Normally, Chun-Li is way better as a point character than an anchor character, but at the same time, if Hwoarong's the one in front, you can't complain too much.
Yeah.
So
very annoying button there. It's striking vulnerable.
The cool thing about Hwoarong is that you can play him very basic and not do any of his super optimal stuff and still be a problem. You've noticed that Justin Wong doesn't do any of the block infinite stuff that you've seen Hwoarong do sometimes, or the
I never seen him do like the cross up overhead either. He really just likes to use him as like a support, like that.
Which is why it's not the worst idea to have Hwoarong as a point character building meter first. Good punish.
Oh, this is death. Yeah, he said it himself. Not this CEO, I didn't really get to talk to him, but the last CEO, I talked to him and he said, yeah, I just play like I just kind of just do the bare minimum with him. With Haorong, there's like that's the great thing about these older games is that you can have your own style, even if you can optimize, but it's so hard. Like different people can have different interpretations of like every character.
So a cool thing about that's not safe. A cool thing about what he does with that hunting hawk is that with Chun-Li he has a great sense of awareness about when to put the mix in to get the high-low mix, and not everyone has an alpha counter that Chun-Li can not punish. Like, I luck out because I faced just one with Bison, so I could just EX Psycho Crusher out of a lot of that pressure, and Chun-Li couldn't do it unless she had super meter.
Justin Wong's defense is still strong even after all these years.
Something I want to see more players do on that hunting hawk, other than get hits like happened there, is if they have a DP, just let the DP rip between the second and third hit and tag cancel. Because Chun-Li has to respect the DP in a way, and then if you tag cancel and put the brakes on properly, she can't punish you properly.
Oh, he had the empty jump low, but didn't.
He wanted the link, he missed the link.
Yeah. That could have been it. He had all the bar in the world to finish him off.
Time's running out, by the way. He lost.
Yeah.
All right, 1-0 Justin.
He needs to go away. Yeah.
I appreciate him playing on this stage too, the final boss stage.
I know the music in this game is actually really fun to listen to. Too.
I wish it had more Black Tide songs though.
I get so used to listening to the stage.
This is Naruto.
Believe it!
A character who helped change anime
Storm 4 was the
forever.
best.
A character who was given 700 which is useful for new
Or
players.
Storm 3.
But experienced players
I'd say
also
Storm
feel
4
the
'cause
game
it's, like,
is
faster paced.
Occasionally just playing itself. Connections includes a history mode that retells major events from Naruto and Sasuke's story. Honestly, the new story has people expected. After playing through all these games, it's honestly insane to see how far the Naruto games have come. Some games try to recreate the anime, some games created completely original stories, and some games gave Naruto a magic sword. And, you know, I don't understand why. Naruto games have definitely had their rough moments, but watching it from evolve from this to this in less than 2 decades, it's pretty incredible. And if you somehow made it through this entire video, seriously, thank you for watching. Like, let me know what Naruto game was your favorite and which series does the Storm series and the Naruto history.
No rollback netcode in that game though, and that game desperately needs it. Otherwise, it's like miserable.
A new Star Wars game named Star Wars Magellan has just been leaked, showcasing tons of new gameplay. Take a look. This shoot and loot RPG was indeed Zynga's attempt
This is
at
Jedi
making
Outcast.
console-level games, which they announced they were working on back in 2020. Star Wars Magellan began development
For
in
Jedi,
2021 and was ultimately cancelled early 2025. The game runs on the same engine that was made for Star Wars Hunters,
Jedi Academy.
which was developed by Natural Motion. The gameplay confidently showed a full view of Coruscant, along with a blue Twi'lek Jedi named Cleric, and a Mandalorian named Triggerman. These were classes that each had their own abilities and ultimates, with the
That could've been
Twi'lek
cool.
having force control and lightsaber combat, whilst the Mandalorian had a jetpack, guns, and a flamethrower. The gameplay also revealed support for PC. Finally, other 3D models such as a 4-legged Gundark, Imperial security droids, and stormtroopers were also revealed in the footage. Magellan, much like the upcoming Star Wars Zero Company, had a NPC bond system, which would have certain characters develop relationships the more you had them join you on missions. But instead of turn-based XCOM strategy, it was a real-time third-person shooter, originally designed to be single-player with some multiplayer modes included. Developers Etra Games, mostly known for developing
This looks like
Forge
Jedi
Speed,
Academy.
were purchased by Zynga in 2021. Before
This could have
being
been Jedi
dissolved
Academy too.
last year. The company was
He's played
never
Red.
able to release a single game during its time under Zynga.
I wonder if that's what
and
their plan was.
likely shut down due to the poor reception of Star Wars Hunters. For more Star Wars shorts though, you can check out this one, appearing on the end screen now.
One second. Can throw away some trash. I'm back. $34K. Okay. I do think I need to reopen.
Let's rock.
Alright, we're in, chat. We're in. I fired too fast.
Let's rock.
Hey, Arcade. Hope you're doing good. I'm done. Hope the model making is going well. He's got to be one. No. Damn. I hit him twice. What is this guy made of? What is that? I feel like I should have killed him there. Maybe I directed someone else. Fourth. Yeah, I bet. Lots of fast things moving around. This band right here. Yeah, I like this song. Oh, I had it. I messed up my shot there. I put a shotgun on. We put on shotgun.
Let's rock.
Actually, a little bit more. A little bit more launcher. You're working on a new character? That's cool. That's hype. That just hit me. Huh. Big headshot. I shouldn't have went there. Killed each other.
Show me what you got.
What's going on? Blue. Okay, I whipped all those shots. Oh, I got it though. Worth. I'm starting to lag a little bit. It's not like respawning me right away. Oh, I hit the window. Wait, double? That would have been a crazy direct. It was close. Alright, let's go to shotgun. Let's swap it to shotty. Oh, lobby's over. F.
Let's rock.
I didn't mean to tumble. I think this lobby's kind of toast. Oh, it's alive. Sakura. I was getting lasered by that assault rifle, like, right before. Still count 6 short. You need this last taco real quick. Our last taco.
This is the first footage of League of Legends that ever existed. 1 minute and
I don't know how that happened.
PlayStation.
How did browsing Instagram at night turn into this? HDR was supposed to be like this movie color standard. What was HDR again? My TV is supposed to be HDR. Like, why isn't that blinding me? How did HDR become this retina burner? And why can't I dim it down? No brightness slider, no dark mode. And every camera seems to have this now, like HDR or Dolby Vision. It's everywhere. Like, everybody's kind of confused about it. How is it that HDR broke the internet and our living rooms in the process? And we bought into this thing. In 2021, we started shooting and editing and publishing our videos in HDR. You can still find those in our channel. And people hated us for it. Like, I honestly thought that we were just doing something wrong. I thought I was the idiot, and we stopped making HDR videos. And little did I know that it was kind of Apple's fault. So that night, I decided to dig deep into this HDR mess, and I discovered that it's not just Instagram, it's TVs and movies and Blu-rays and cameras, all because Apple forced everyone to adopt this HDR thing overnight, and in doing so, they revealed another critical flaw in how our internet was built. I think I see it now.
What?
This was not easy, but maybe let me try to untangle this mess for you. Okay, so for this video, we actually shot the whole video in HDR and spent weeks testing the color grade in different screens just so that we can maybe show you what HDR is all about. But we'll get there. Let's start with my burned retinas. What the hell is wrong with that Instagram feed? So this is a good old, plain and simple JPEG photo. And this is the HDR version of that photo. So let's zoom into that. Okay, not that far, not the bits, there. What makes a pixel in one of these photos? Basically, each pixel in this image is just a recipe of 3 numbers. How much red, how much green, and how much blue make up that pixel in the image. Now that's because pixels in your screen are also red and green and blue. One set of these 3 colors make up one actual pixel. And if you combine all 3, you get white. So these values, they're basically just telling those pixels how much light they need to emit, right? And that goes between 0 and 255. That's because we use 8 bits of information per color, and with an 8-bit number, you can get 256 different values per pixel. So 0, 0, 0, all pixels off, that's black. 255, 0, 0, that's red. Add a little bit of green and a little bit of blue, and you get our logo. And for all colors maxed out, that's white. But how bright is white? How does the screen know how bright the white is? Take a look at this gradient image that goes from black to white. If we wanted to draw this in a chart, it would look kind of like this. We have 0 on the left side and 255, which is full white, on the right side. Now that white point there, that is the brightest point on your screen. But what if you dim the screen to see the same image? What's actually going to happen is that your screen is just going to compress this line into a smaller space, which is rather simple because this is relative luminosity. It's based on values that go from 0 to 100%. Now that same happens if you plug this into a brighter monitor. That line just scales along with the brighter monitor, and so does the gradient. So why do HDR images ignore this? Why do they break the rules?
We think your spending has gotten out of control. Give me an example.
HDR is basically a diva sort of image. It basically says the brightness in this pixel is not relative to the brightness of your screen. It's whatever the image says. If the image wants 1,000 nits of brightness, the monitor must give it 1,000 nits of brightness. Okay, but what if the screen isn't as bright? Or what if the room is dark and you don't want as much brightness? Now that, in a nutshell, is the root of every problem that HDR has created. Blinding Instagram feeds, weird color conversions, dim footage when you're not seeing HDR. Like every mismatch you see is a device trying to cope with an image standard that it isn't really sure how to display. That's also why you see the images in your feed brighter than the white in the Instagram UI. The Instagram UI is SDR. It's following what your phone screen says. The image inside of it is HDR, and it's demanding those 1,000 nits of brightness, and your phone is just doing its best to try to give it that. Why would anybody want this mess? Like, wasn't SDR enough? Now for that, we need to dive one layer deeper. Now this is one of my favorite beaches.
Sounds pretty good for gaming, low-key.
Perfect example of why SDR...
My monitor's not HDR.
SDR makes it impossible for me to show you what I'm seeing. So the problem with trying to shoot a sunset is that you have this really, really bright object against this, at least by comparison, this really dark environment. So you have two choices. You can either expose the photo for the sun, which is gonna make everything else look really dark, or you can expose for the environment, but this whole area around the sun is gonna be really bright, and that area of the photo is gonna be lost. Now the reasoning behind this is that between these rocks and this bright sun, there are about 16 to 20 stops of light. Stop is a photography term I'm not gonna get into today, but think of them like steps, right? There are about 20 of these steps between the darkest and the brightest point in the image. Now an SDR image with its 8 bits, 256 possible values per color, they can only see about this range. Now screens of course can't be as bright as the sun, but even if they were, the file itself, it only goes from black to 255. The brightest point in this photo of the sun, it's not even like half as bright as what I...
Standard definition, I don't know what SDR means. Just like the standard picture quality though, and then like HDR, you know.
We don't necessarily want an image to be blinding.
Yeah, I don't know the acronyms for those though.
Compressed all this
I know HDR is like high definition.
Short, dull range. And that kind of kills the magic a little bit. And the answer to this isn't just a brighter monitor, because remember, we've already compressed the original dynamic range of this image to fit SDR. If we just expanded it again, we would not be getting the same contrast as we once had. But what if we could? What if we could make the sun shine more, stand apart from the rocks? What if we could do that for movies or for gaming? Would that make the experience more immersive? Like think of that double sunset in Star Wars. What if the sun shone?
Yes, I would.
That contrast against the desert. Or think of Gandalf the White, how blinding.
It sounds like it'd be good for gaming.
Against the dark Fangorn forest. Or think of the lighting of that scene in Jurassic Park where the T-Rex is only lit by those headlights. Could HDR really enhance our movie experience?
When HDR came out, filmmakers were kind of excited about this possibility of having more colors.
Is it not?
And more dynamic.
It's the secret it doesn't.
Well, Carlin, Paul has credits in over 100 Hollywood movies and TV shows, including some of my favorites.
But also HDR has been kind of a nightmare. Film and television were kind of on completely different paths before HDR came along. We had to take, you know, all the dynamic range of film and kind of fit it into the 6 stops of SDR dynamic range.
Now back to my sunset photo. Our eyes, they're really good at seeing a much bigger range of stops. This is called dynamic range, by the way. Our eyes can adapt to see about 24 stops of dynamic range total. You may have noticed this when you exit a dark room into a very bright day. Your eyes sort of adapt to that range. But in a single image, without your pupils adapting, we can see about 14 stops, which is still a lot more than our screens and our SDR files are giving us. Now, since the 2000s, we've had consumer cameras that can capture about 12 stops of information. These sensors can detect those 12 stops, but for years, we've had to compress those images into SDR so that we can look at the image in our screen. In a way, it's kind of like wasting all of this detail. And so that's where HDR screens became really important. It's a screen that, in theory, could have a dynamic range of about 14 stops, which is on par with our eyes. Okay, so I'm into this, right? Like better quality movies, like the more dynamic range. So I'm sure that all we need now is sort of like a transition period, right? Like we'll have some time, we'll stream in both formats or whatever, so everybody has time to adapt and buy new devices or whatever, right? That is the exact moment that Apple started this mess. Because starting with that iOS version, every single photo that you snap on the iPhone is stored in HDR format by default. And the world was not ready.
I can literally see my DNA through my pores.
My skin looks dull. It's
Oh, yeah.
desaturated.
Suddenly,
I remember now, yeah.
everybody had to force
forgot about
adapt
that, yeah.
to this technology that we didn't really understand. And Instagram was one of the worst cases because for a while, it miserably failed at displaying any HDR image. And literally, as we were shooting this video today, still, there's a
That's
bug
so
that
funny.
basically broke HDR photos and made all HDR photos on Instagram look black and white. It's a true story. And what happened
What?
was that the HDR images
That's crazy.
that all of those iPhones were uploading came with this thing. This is a color profile. Think of it like an instruction manual to help screens display HDR better. But Instagram didn't know this. And in an effort to save space and optimize these images, Instagram was literally stripping away the color profiles of the images as they got published. Now, in the old SDR world, that would have been fine because when an image has no color profile embedded, screens and computers, they just default to this profile called sRGB. But sRGB was actually more like a patch than anything else. And it is a response to another douche move by Apple 33 years ago. For that, we need to dive one level deeper on this.
High definition rendering, yeah.
It's 1993, 33 years ago. The world looked like this, I looked like this, and screens kind of like this. Now, this was the wild west of color. Like, it's like the wild west of software that we live in today, because we are working kind of for our tools instead of our tools working for us. And that's exactly why we've been using today's sponsor, Zoe. Now, I didn't start using Zoe because I wanted an to be able to was shot digitally for TV. They were still big and boxy. In films and movies, they're still captured on film. They're still edited by hand on film, not on a computer. They're literally cutting pieces of negative. But we had TVs. They were still big and boxy. And still, some scientists were already working on what would soon become high-definition TVs a few years later.
Check it out.
Now, TVs, of course, were originally designed to broadcast content, which was shot digitally for TV. But films were also being converted to TV. Now, on the computer side, we of course had those screen monitors, which I actually grew up using. Some laptops with early LCD screens, those that you had.
That person had 3 monitors back then.
And color
Holy.
wasn't just important for the
So
screens.
crazy.
We also had printers and scanners and the first webcams in '93. So how do you get color to match
4 monitors, I mean.
across all of these
That's
devices?
crazy.
The biggest problem by far was that the screens, they were not 3 tiny RGB subpixels like we do now that you turn from 0 to 255. Now, these CRT screens, they're actual glass tubes that steer electrons using magnetic fields. That's a whole video for another day. Now, the computer was sending voltage, not digital commands, to generate 100% red. So a Sony or a ViewSonic CRT could display the same voltage very differently. We needed a standard.
In television, they created a standard called Rec 709, which I think was in November of '93, which was kind of a roadmap for the HDTV people. The standard Rec 709 was more of a representation of what TVs were capable of displaying at the time in this gamut called Rec 709. So this Rec 709 standard was, you know, a set of rules so that TV manufacturers could make TVs that...
Yeah, even I'm using like 3 monitors right now.
Now, Rec 709 also did something very clever, which would set the grounds for every screen that we've
3
built
monitors
ever
is
since.
kind of needed.
Now take a look at this block of white. This is pure 255, 255, 255 white. Now, let me reduce that white by 5% and make it 95% white. Can you tell the difference? Do you see a difference here? Here it is once again. Full white against 95% white. At best, you'll notice a very subtle change. Now check out what happens on the other end of this spectrum. This is
0 to 5.
Full black. And this is adding 5% of brightness to that black.
Okay,
See
yeah,
the
that's pretty
difference here?
insane.
Why is this 5% change so visible on the black end of the spectrum versus the white end of the spectrum? The thing is, our eyes are really good at detecting small changes in low light conditions. But when there's a lot of brightness, we can't really differentiate those changes very well. So back to our little line diagram. If we go from 0, 0, 0 to 1, 1, 1 on this linear scale, that's going to be the smallest step possible that we can do in our 8-bit file. We get this change from 0 to 1. Do you see this? It's massive. Take, for example, the Mines of Moria sequence in The Lord of the Rings. We'd have to pick between this color, which is complete black, or this color, and we wouldn't have anything
That's why I hate SDR.
in between. So Rec 709 established that these colors would not be mapped linearly. Instead, they were going to be mapped in a curve. This curve follows the fact that our eyes are much better at noticing changes in the darker side of the spectrum. So in a linear scale, if we wanted 1% white, we would need 333, right? That's 1% of 255. We can't have decimals because these are little bits of information. So this is 1% white, but I didn't create this white with 333. To get this color, 1% white, I actually went 63, 63, 63. Thanks to this curve, I now have 63 different steps between full black and 1% white. That's exactly what we need for darker scenes in movies, focusing on the areas where our eyes can see a much bigger difference. So this is the infamous 2.2 gamma curve. And it was a key piece that the computer people copied to define their sRGB standard that we use on the web today. Now, in computers, the biggest problem that they were facing at the time was getting all of these devices to talk to each other, especially for design use, for printing, and for scanning. So that same year, 93, Apple released this little tool called Color Sync, which of course only worked on Mac.
Why is that cap at 255? I don't know. It just does though,
all
for the color wheel.
So each device provided a color profile, like a little instruction manual, and then Color Sync did the math, which is this messy
combining colors
to match the colors and to unify what you saw across devices. Now, because of that little tool,
Probably something to do with the amount of colors that are possible.
Undisputed king
I don't know.
of the design and the print world. If you were doing any design work, you had to use a Mac, period.
The Macintosh Performa is way ahead of other computers because its multimedia really works.
But these weren't Apple's golden years. Only a handful of people had a Mac, and they weren't so many monitors or devices to manage, so this cross-compatibility was a lot easier. The computing world was basically ruled by this guy, before the island stuff. But for Microsoft to come up with a Color Sync equivalent, that would have been a mess, right? Because Windows ran on thousands of different parts. Some were premium, but some were cheap, right? So you had shitty graphics cards, or shitty monitors, or shitty processing power, and they couldn't guarantee that the hardware could handle the processing needed to match the color profiles. So 3 years later, in 1996, Microsoft and HP, they teamed up and they took this massive shortcut. They looked at what the broadcast industry did with Rec 709 and released the sRGB standard as a way to give Apple the finger. So instead of teaching Windows how to translate colors for every individual monitor, like Apple did, this sRGB standard basically said, screw it, we're not gonna translate anything. In broadcast TV, there was no room for profiles or instruction manuals to decode any images or any of that fancy stuff. It was all about optimizing. So Windows did that. They optimized using an identical gamma curve. And that standard is the root of why Instagram broke with HDR 30 years later. So what we have is these two fundamentally different approaches to solving color. On one hand, you have Apple with its built-in tools to guarantee unified color. On the other hand, Microsoft that just forced everybody to speak sRGB. And so this foreshadows kind of the world where we live now. On one side, you have stuff like Dolby Vision, which is exactly the Apple approach. It's a set of standards to manage those HDR files, to guarantee colors look a certain way, but it's closed and it's paid and it's expensive. Now, on the other hand, you have HDR management like HDR10. But which is better? Hold that thought. It's like a philosophical war in the end, a war of formats. And we're really just stuck in the middle. You're trying to get our photos and our movies to look right. Whatever approach you think is best, in the 90s,
Vision
sRGB
looks pretty good, I'd say.
Especially as the internet came around. That
But
56 kilobits per second modem connection, there's no room there for any color
I don't know which one's
profiles
better.
in your
No
images.
clue.
You need to optimize. So sRGB became the default language for the entire digital world. Every JPEG, every website, every meme, every early YouTube video, it all assumed that it was playing on an sRGB monitor. Pretty much every photo on the web was published without a color profile. The internet got lazy. And software developers, they realized that they didn't need to write code to read color profiles anymore. And so that gets us back here. All right, so I think I'm kind of following now. So HDR images are not sRGB, and they need some color profile to be interpreted correctly. So if there's no color profile included, the screen assumes sRGB and things look like shit.
It's hideous. Oh, that's not very nice. It's just a donkey.
But this is a mess because at this point, it's not just about getting an HDR screen. It's about the web, the code of the web and the browsers that were designed around sRGB, not around color profiles. Now, HDR requires color management, which is the approach that Apple had with Color Sync. And so Apple devices had Color Sync. They've carried that color management toolset for decades. So it wasn't a problem for Apple devices to enable HDR across everything, but the rest of the web just wasn't ready. This is flashbacks, by the way, to them dropping Flash on the iPhone and then forcing everybody to HTML5, which, by the way, was a good thing in the end, right? The web is a better place, even though this was a painful
Definitely, I remember that one. Yeah. I loved Flash, man.
Flash remake of Bang, like the little
Flash was so good.
Canyons. It was so cool.
Yo, I played that game. I played that game.
Anyway, point is
Flash
this
was good.
painful shift worth it? Is HDR worth all
It
this?
was worth
This is
it,
when I
man,
realized
for
there
that
were-
one, yeah.
Like, my TV is only 400 nits bright, I just learned. And so, have I ever actually seen a properly graded HDR movie? I don't think I have outside the theater, so I invited myself to Paul's editing room.
Hello? Hey! Well, again, to Elite Finishing then.
Dragonheart.
I'm assuming the star screen is this thing.
Yeah, so this is probably the single most expensive
You were right.
thing in the room.
Pretty bad.
That is a Flanders Scientific XMP310. So that is a reference monitor capable of 1,000 nits. This monitor is what you would use if you were doing, let's say, a show for Netflix in HDR. And this monitor is about $15,000. There's two things about HDR. One is the luminance, the transfer function, but the other is the gamut. And this is a great representation of the gamut. So here we're seeing colors you've probably never seen before, because this is a much this is a great example of like all the colors that you're not getting in SDR. This is the SDR, but the monitor is set up for HDR, so I need to switch it over.
Okay, so this is the SDR. Yeah, so
This is the SDR.
the HDR looks way better.
Yeah, I mean, you can
Love
look in the
HDR.
shadows here. So these shadows feel clipped, which they are. You can see here on the scopes, they're all being clipped. So there's two flavors of HDR. There's HLG and there's PQ. The PQ transfer function is a absolute value. So if this says I want 1,000 nits, it's going to generate 1,000 nits on your monitor. That's the biggest criticism of HDR, is that absolute values it doesn't make sense.
Okay, so time to unpack what those curves mean, which, man, took me a few hours sitting down with Paul to be able to understand. This is very much the deepest part of this iceberg, so get ready for some very deep nerding on this. Remember we said that in HDR files, brightness for a given pixel is not expressed in relative numbers, it's expressed in absolutes. In an SDR curve, values, the information for each pixel, goes from 0 to 255, which tracks brightness up to 100%. In an HDR curve, values can go from 0 to 1024, because we're working with 10-bit files, sometimes more. That maps out up to 10,000 nits of brightness on a screen. And because those screens are much more brighter, and we have a lot more numbers to fit this thing, our very good old 30-year-old, very reliable gamma curve, that's not gonna work anymore. We actually need a new curve now. Now, the most common curve used in HDR is called the PQ curve, which tries to do something similar to what the gamma curve did. It allows us to store more information in the darker side of the image, and it looks like this. Now, you could argue that 10,000 nits is just a dumb amount of brightness for a TV that didn't even exist when HDR was created. But the whole idea of this standard was future-proofing it. And it kind of worked, because just a couple months ago, TCL demonstrated the first TV that actually goes to 10,000 nits. You know,
holy money.
300
10,000 nits.
They only sell them in Japan, but I know a guy.
And nobody's using all 1,000 nits. Nobody. And we have displays that could do it, but nobody, like everybody who looks at that display at 1,000 nits, all directors and all creatives and everybody has decided, like, no, that's not what I want.
Now, the challenge is that if we take our normal SDR image and just scale it up in this new 10,000 nits space, we're just gonna get some weird results. Everything's gonna be too bright all the time. Take this example. This is the Balrog from The Lord of the Rings in SDR. Now notice that the max luminance here is 100 nits because this was an SDR file. If we just scale this to use the full spectrum of HDR all the way up to 10,000 nits.
What the? Why is it like that?
Now I'm gonna scale this to full screen now using this stretching to 10,000 nits. I don't think that anybody watching this video is gonna have a 10,000 nit screen. I have no idea what's gonna happen, but I don't know, like cover your eyes or something. If you're not blind by now, you've probably seen an image that looks like shit.
It hurts my eyes.
And yet, that stretching of the values to fill HDR is what tons of movies have done. Vincent from the HDTV Test YouTube channel has been running tests on some of these movie conversions. He found that the original Star Wars trilogies in Disney Plus, despite being advertised as HDR, they are not going to 10,000 nits. They're simply stretching the standard SDR versions. They were not graded for HDR.
What HDR allows us to do is to have more color and more dynamic range, and to have basically better looking images. So in a situation like this looks very beautiful, and
it absolutely can look better.
And I could still see the details in the shadows. So that is one huge advantage of HDR.
Now, let's say that I am tasked with the very important job of remastering a new release of The Two Towers in HDR. And I've settled that I want that Gandalf the White scene to be blinding bright, like to take advantage of all the nits on those TVs. That's kind of the way I remember it in the theater, right? It was just so blinding, it was just this big moment in the movie. Now, if I were to draw a timeline of how I graded this movie, my amateur grade might look something like this. And let's say that I borrowed one of Paul's monitors, kept the movie rather normal with a few hundred nit spectrum, except for that specific scene. What happens when this file gets to your screen? Now, assuming that you don't have that 10,000 nit monitor from TCL, how does your regular HDR screen interpret this file? One approach to do it is just clipping the brightness, which would look kind of like this. And as dumb as it sounds, some actual real HDR screens do this. As a screen manufacturer, as long as your screen can decode HDR and has a minimum of 400 nits of brightness, that's it, you can actually slap an HDR on the box. All you'll do is just clip any brightness above 400 nits. Now, our best explanation for the problems that we saw with the HDR grades on our old YouTube videos was exactly this. Now, the correct alternative to do this is called tone mapping. Now, it means adapting the information on the HDR file to the capacity of the screen. But that's not as simple as it sounds. If I had a TV with a peak brightness of, say, 1000 nits, and the TV just automatically mapped it down to its own capacities, well, it's just gonna scale everything down based on that one super bright point in the movie. Everything in the movie is gonna be really dark except for that one scene. Kind of like Game of Thrones Season 7. Now, I don't have any proof that that's what actually happened in Game of Thrones, but it did happen in Mad Max. Once again, the HDTV test guys found that the official 4K Blu-ray release of Mad Max has this one scene where there's one blue pixel that was scaled to 9,000 nits. This was probably a mistake by the mastering team because nothing else in the film, not even the lightning, ever goes over 4,000 nits.
That's pretty funny.
HDR grading, the reason why we got a really dark Game of Thrones Season 7?
Well, that's a loaded question. I am not going to speculate what was happening in that color session. But as you can see, when you're in a properly, designed color suite, you can adapt to the darkness of the room that you're in, and you can see details. Obviously, in this beautiful display, you could see details that you wouldn't normally see on TV at home. I don't know if I could speak to the Game of Thrones incident. I wasn't there. But I could see how somebody would be lulled into believing that the whole world has $30,000 displays and they're all going to see it as beautiful as they're seeing it. I can see how that could happen.
Has HDR been a headache for you?
No? Should it be?
As you have to master now content in both versions, I suppose.
Oh, well, that's just more billable time.
Okay, so it's not so... Okay,
More
so let's look at some of those encoding alternatives. HDR10, you've probably seen that in your streaming services, in your Blu-rays. HDR10 attaches a very simple metadata file, it's like a color profile, to tell the TV about the video that it's playing. Now, it gives the TV basic details. Peak luminance, average luminance, and then the TV just tone maps the entire video based on that. It's kind of like what I did with my Gandalf example. And coincidentally, in Mad Max, which was also mastered in HDR.
I didn't know those were called tone maps.
This is not ideal, but it is free.
I was like kind of familiar with it though.
It requires little processing power for the TV to decode. HDR10 is our sRGB approach.
If you're doing any serious project, you would only do it in Dolby Vision at this level.
Now, this is the Apple expensive, complicated color profile approach. In Dolby Vision, instead of a static metadata file on the entire movie, metadata is dynamic. You can send metadata per scene or even per frame. So the screen needs
dynamic, I like that
processor to do all this dynamic tone mapping to.
I did feel like I preferred that one more.
Depending on the scene.
And then the monitor, if it's not capable of Dolby Vision, would default to HDR10. So Dolby Vision is backwards compatible with HDR10. But you're not getting that clip side metadata. All the work that I did on my trims, you would never see that because there is no, it's lost. There's no metadata.
So here we are, 30 years later. It's the same war with different weapons, right? HDR10.
You say it's fine, but if you look at two pictures side by side and you are looking at a movie scene where it's really dark and you can't see anything, I don't have a good example on deck, but like think of a really dark scene that you just remembered being really dark. If you put that in HDR, you're gonna see a lot more of what's going on there. Like a lot more. Or just colors in general, you're just gonna see like so many
sRGB,
more colors.
Open, optimized. It assumes that your screen will figure it out. Dolby Vision is the color sync approach. It's closed, it's paid, it's obsessively managed. And as much as the Apple/Dolby approach has caused pain and inconvenience, you could still argue that it pays off in the end. HDR10, the original, was flawed, and Dolby Vision proved that to the point where we now have HDR10 Plus rising in popularity, a format with dynamic metadata. How about HDR10 Plus? How are people feeling about it?
I mean, I don't even have a tab for that. There's no HDR tab. I mean, I don't even know how you would do that.
Yeah.
In the real world, in the theatrical television episodic world, the Dolby Vision is that's the only game in town.
But all of us, we're just caught in this crossfire with no clue of how this works or how HDR is supposed to work, with screens that all look different, that fake HDR, that requires you to dig very deep into the fine print of your specs, or just feeling stupid for publishing HDR videos that people can't really decode back home. We tested and retested this video on every screen that we could. Even with that, we still have no clue how it's gonna look on your screen, because YouTube doesn't even tell us if it runs on HDR10, 10 Plus, Dolby, or HLG. By the way, HLG stands for hybrid log gamma. I didn't mention it before, but it's a curve that was designed to be cross-compatible with SDR. It does a neat little trick with an alternative curve that can be interpreted as both SDR or as an HDR curve. Now, on our way back from Paul's, we stopped at a Best Buy, We spent a good amount of time chatting with the clerk, nerding about these incredible new micro RGB panels. They're beautiful, they're bright, they're colorful. They look way better than an OLED or than the mini LED, which we actually got to see side by side, and they start at like $2,500.
I love
The
OLEDs.
content playing on those screens was absolutely optimized for the 4,000 nits that they support. But remember, as Paul told us, Netflix content is mastered at 1,000 nits. Raids rarely go above 250 nits. If you're even considering spending the money on one of those panels, check first on the content that you're going to be watching and if it's going to take advantage of it. Now, HDR is not just about nits. It is also very much about color, of course, but that is really an iceberg for another day. Let us know if you'd like us to make that video. If you're as obsessed as I am about how movies look.
He did kinda. Gamma's like nits. It's like the brightness of your monitoring. And it more so scales the overall picture when you're adjusting. Wait, no, that's brightness. It's not. This was a good video, though. Gamma's also like a brightness thing, like a monitor adjustment thing. One second, one second. I'm back. My radio expertise. Okay, let's see. What are we doing, chat? Good Grand Chase for a bit.
Hello, my name.
People have been playing it lately. 4K. Not that bad. It's another old game I used to play. It's been so hot out. Ooh, I can probably play this on my my arcade stick? Or my leverless, I mean? It'd probably be like fine. They probably added so many new classes since I played. Ooh. Holy fuck, that was loud. I'm dying. Yo, how low do I need to put this thing? Yo, what is this new intro? Oh, this is crazy. It was looking like it was going wild. America North. Go. I only had one character on the server. Yeah, this was a really cool PvP game back in the day. Yeah, I want a hard difficulty class. Oh, the guy I used to play was Yereb. Who's this guy, I think? What was it? Dreamweaver? A new class. Did you be painting? Not really vibing so far. It looks cool, but AP character. Oh my god, there's an AP. Oh, it was that character. Vegas. Oh wait, no, Rufus? It was one of these guys I wanted to play. Where's the guy with the pistols, man? I swear I played a guy with the pistols too. Guy's daggers. Sword. Oh. Wait on. Liminal Walker. Oath Keeper. Wait, that character looks kind of cool. Uses a fan. That's kind of hype. Can easily chain a variety of combos through shortcuts pattern system. That sounds kind of sick. What do we go, chat? We go Rin? Or we go, I kind of want to go Vegas. I might just go Vegas. He's purple and shit too. He's like my vibe. New character update, Yureb, Liminal Walker. Oh, he's the brand new one. See what he looks like a little bit. It looks alright. Wait, my account's global. Wait, my name is global? I didn't know that. They changed this whole setting menu. Okay, stage 1. Create room. I want to see what cosmetics this character gets. Ooh. Okay, Z, X, Z, X and C do nothing. A, S, B. Okay.
Destruction is the meaning of my existence.
Hopefully that's fine to do. I need the next one now. How do I... Just click join. Growth event stuff. Get big XP and beefy equipment on this ring. This ring gives you 50% EXP boost. Deleted on 2026-10-14. Warehouse available. Hey, it's good, Stinky. Welcome, welcome. I decided to check out this game. Been a while. I used to play this game though a lot. But I like that one. I don't know if this is the character I'm gonna be playing though. There was commands for things. I forgot how to do it though. I've played this game. It's been a while. A dash attack. Yeah, wasn't there like a button I hold and it like does commands? Blast. G'day, friend. Oh, Shiba.
Destruction is the meaning of my
Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, it's basically a Maple story. Kinda, you know, not really. L-Sword is the better example I was looking for. You have skills here. They actually revamped the system like crazy. This is not what I remember. I'll just commit with this character though. Give me that box. I want my outfit. Gimme, gimme. It was a good game back in the day. The PvP was what it was kind of played for. Back when it first came out. Deal Breaker. Deal Breaker, Super 40. Crystal Guard. Okay, that's what it's called. Roman. Royal. Okay, I just want to look up Roman. No, wait. Star Chaser. And Royal. No, wait, Roman. Star Chaser and Roman. Shop. Is there a type? Can I not type? Is this even the paid shop? That's for Expansion Academy. That could be Kitty Cat Gaming. I think they're just unlocked by level. I don't think I can look up the other ones. TP shop, point shop. Okay, so I guess we just go with oh, this one looked good to me. Up during combo. See it, that's how it works. You push up, down during combo, Z or X during jump. Okay, yeah. So I have to level it up and I have to unlock it, and I don't start off with anything besides my dash attack and my up Z and my ZZZ. So let's get the passive. Back attack during combo too, yeah, let's get that.
The time is near. My destiny shall be fulfilled.
So now I can ZZ and then up, and I do that, and then ZZ and then back for my other one I have. I think it's just a dash. It's just a dash on that now. You fit who dis, exactly. Look at this. Beautiful. I'm so purple. Hey, welcome coming. Oh, whoa, whoa. When did I start summoning spears? Oh. Wait, why does it still say I have a quest here? Is it on higher difficulty? There used to be higher difficulties. Oh, defeat monsters within those stages. Yeah, that's right. So it's any stage. We have a lot of new skills after this. Where's he going?
Destruction is the meaning of my
Boom, 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 boom. What is that? What did it give me? Quick save? What's that? Death Caress. Special move that spins a cube around the caster, damage nearby enemies. Z during backstep. Quick save is a dodge or a quick roll. Oh, okay. I played Grand Chase a long time ago. And then like I tried out the launch of this version, but I didn't really play that much. So I'm like, yeah, it's been a while, basically. It's been a long while. Press Alt key to transition to quick save mode to evade attack. Players can press. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Hey, you can come along. That sounds good, Weru. Have you played the game for a while? Welcome back, Arcade. I can go check out my other character while I wait. I didn't get that far on my other character. I don't even remember where the character select is. PvP's dead, I'm so sad. Is this full quit if I do close? I want to go to the server select, I want to see I did North America. I don't know if people are on the Korea server instead. Asia 1. How do I go back? Oh, I found it. Server selected done. I was kind of jamming to that song for a second though. Yeah, thankfully my characters are here still. Yo, PvP's back, chat. PvP's back. Oh my god. Wait, I'm not doing a 1v1, I'll get wrecked. I'm gonna show this guy how to play this great game real quick. Gonna send him back to the starting zone. He's cheating. He's already metagaming. Oh. Fuck. So hard to hit him with my skills. How do you grab in this game, chat? It's too far. I don't think I can grab. You see, you can basically dash them, spam X, go Z. How many lives do I have? He's low. I was trying to do the dodge thing, it didn't let me. I hold alt and then I move, no? But he's got better ping! I'm being cheesed! I'm being cheesed! He's a cheeser. Bro, this keep away is so annoying. I wish he was a melee. Oh, I got grabbed, so how do I get grabbed? I don't get it. I'm spamming Z, I don't get how I get grabbed. I killed him, he's dead. Die to a day one player. Get wrecked. We're back to this. How does he grab me again? I'm spamming Z. Does it need to be a neutral Z? Is that the issue? How does he always get a grab off on me? I don't get it. Am I high enough level for grab? Do I not have grab yet? He's lucky I'm day 1, alright? Meet me day 2, alright? Meet me day 2. He'd be done, alright? He would've got smoked. If this was day 2 me, he'd be done. Alright, let's go. I made one now. Irene Beach. Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. So are there any, like, cosmetics I should be grabbing soon, you know, from, like, an event or something? Ooh. Alright. Made new room. Does this skip the story part? So I don't have to, like, manually skip? That's pretty fire. Okay, are these Giga Whale items, or are these, like, cheapy? How does this work? 'Cause I know there's a pet I wanted here really bad. I don't think it's actually here right now. Gotcha cosmetics with bonus stats and pet. Okay. So Giga Whale is what you're telling me.
This is my fight for my friends.
Thought that would hit high too, I guess not. I don't think it did. bum, bum. Oh, wrong way. Whoops. Wait, new class looks insane. What the fuck? Big whiff.
You're not good enough. You're not good enough. If I make it to the end, maybe we'll meet again.
So can I click next from here? Like next dungeon, or can I like change? Oh, I can. Okay, cool, cool, cool. I didn't know I could do that. Down during jump, I have a new attack. Item in possession only. Are the pets cross character? Do you know that? Not cross character pain. You can't warehouse them either or anything, like transfer in between. Lame. Oh, did it kick you? Wait, that is you? Oh, you can switch characters there, that's nice. You can't preview the pets either? Oh, you can, you can. Oh my god, he's adorable, wait. That was just a, wait, costume card. How come I can't preview that one? Yeah, I can only preview some.
This fight is for my friend.
Can I do that movement attack too? I remember there being some like crazy movement tech in this game. I don't remember. You fast fall, right? Or you don't fast fall? Was it something to do with like fast falling? Like, do I click down? I forgot how the movement was. Like I dash up and then down or something? Dash up and then down? Flash that.
If I make it to the end, maybe we'll meet again.
Boom, 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 boom. Did they remove the modes? Because there used to be like a hard mode, no? For like these older ones that they like removed? Did they like simplify the older ones? Or at least I thought. Could have sworn. Maybe like only the OG, I guess. A champion mode? Mm-hmm. I'm rich.
This fight is for my friends. I promised that I would return.
Okay, now we go back and we go here. Wait, no. Here? Then check if we have any new skills. Once I figure out what the right button is. Down during attack. New abilities.
is fight for my friends.
Shall be fulfilled.
Okay, new skill G. Try it out next one. G and afternoon. We got this. We got this. Oh. I'm done. He moved.
I promised that I would return.
Is it only one or the other? Oh. Oh. I see.
This is for my friends.
Okay, so that one's like a damage area of effect, and then we'll see what this other one was. I fell again. Damn it. Ooh. Pro incident.
If I make it to the end, maybe we'll meet again. This fight is for my friends.
Of course. Fall.
I promised that I would return.
Distortion. Okay, so I can't have those two.
This fight is for my friends.
No idea what that super did. I put like a thing down. Do I like hit it or is it like a bomb? Maybe it's a bomb, I guess. Right, damage over time.
I would return.
Knockdown ability. Okay, so I have all my passives now. I don't have that many input commands, do I? And then I don't get my awakening till I don't know when. 85? Is it 85? Holy. When do I have my first job quest? I don't have, this is my job, huh? Alright. Oh, you got a free pet? W.
This is fight for my friends. I hold Z and I glow. What does that do? it to the end, maybe we'll meet again. This fight is for my friends.
Crazy that move follows too.
I promised that I would return. This fight for my friends.
I can choose where that goes. That's cool.
Domain expansion! I promised that I would return. This fight for my friends. You're not good enough. I promised that I would return.
Level 40. Achieve 10 combos. Oops.
Commencing investigation. Is that all? Do you have anything else? Is that all? Do you have anything else? Today's mission complete.
The time is near. My destiny shall be fulfilled.
Okay, you guys didn't tell me I could be playing a werewolf. Where were you guys? You get little mini werewolves? Oh my god.
Fist of 10,000 hells!
Destruction underestimate is the power of spirit.
I was noticing that. I forgot you jump over that.
Destruction is the
Better
meaning
luck
of
next
my
time.
existence.
And the ultimate looked a little bit mid. Alright, have a good one, Weru. Appreciate you stopping by. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit tired here. It's fun checking out the game, though, again. Alright. I'm gonna take a break, chat. I'm gonna lay down for a bit. I will, yeah. I'll be on later, though. Appreciate you all stopping by. I will get some sleepies. Have a good night, Nails. Have a good night, chat. Have a good night, Weru. Sleep.